So here's one of my little Fergies. I've got the wheels off and I've got the brake drums off of it. Brakes actually don't look in too bad a condition, but one of them has got a sheared bolt in it down here, which holds the shoe back, and I think it engages it with the adjuster, which looks like it's been slipping a bit. Anyway, that's easy to fix. I'll just weld a new stud on there. I'll give these a good old birthday and a clean up. The drums I'll give a birthday, and I think I'll skim them on the lathe. I'll give that a bit of a skim. It looks a bit wanky. That's easy enough. And then the plan with this one is to take this engine out, which is a bit wanked, and rebuild it, and stick another engine on it, which is a runner, which is this one over here. So over here, this is my keeper. This is one I'm going to keep for myself, but this engine will go in that one because I've got it all going. She runs, just needs a set of oil seals in it, front and rear. Other than that, she's mint. So that motor will go in that one, and this one is the one with the creeper gear on it. I've just been talking to a bloke at the vintage farm machinery show over in Manfield. Sorry, just scratching my nose. Yeah, and he said he's got a few of them, so they might not be that rare, but there's none up this way. But apparently where he comes from, which wherever that is, he's got bloody loads of them. Anyway, this is the one I'm keeping without that engine net. So I've just got to get all this lot off here, so this has got to come undone. Soak them a little bit more and try and get them bastards off both sides. I've got one off on one side, then I've got to put the wheels back on it and just take this outside and finish sandblasting all this crap off, get it all nice and shiny again, get all the rough paint off, and then it'll be ready for a prime. A few more bits I've got to take off as well. Take all this cowl off here. I've got to put a couple of new seals in the steering box, but I'll make someone a good little tractor. So I'm sure everyone would love a little bleeding grey Fergie, wouldn't they? So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to start whizzing this back off, get these mud guards off because they've got to be sandblasted. Then I've got to take the mud guards off the other one and repair them because they've got a bit of rot on them. So I'll clean them up, cut the rot out, patch it, blend it all in so you don't know, and then paint them. And hopefully this one will find itself a new home somewhere, because I only want one, don't I? But there you go, that's the plan, Stan. Well, I can't believe my luck with those two. So that, two dirty great big bolts were pretty well seized, but with a bit of persuasion they've come out, and even come out through the axle. So they're off. Mud guards down there. So now I've just got to get off that side, which I have to give it the same treatment, which is brute force and ignorance, I'm afraid. But I'm good at that, isn't it? Now, unfortunately this side's not being so cooperative. The top of the bolts are all wanky, so I can't even get a socket on them, they're all rusted. So I'll yeah, I'm going to have to probably chop them bastards off and get some nice shiny new ones, but yeah, them is poked. So, grinder I reckon. Right, so I managed to get that bastard off as well. It wasn't playing nice, so I didn't play nice. But I can get new bolts, can't I? So that's off. Here's the other mud guard. I can straighten it out now. But yeah, really I need to get the wheels done, the back wheels pumped up again, and just chuck them on temporarily, roll this bad boy outside and finish off sandblasting it now and get more stuff. I'll probably take all that linkage off as well, and as much bits as I can before we go for its Dulux overhaul. And it's a matter of whipping that engine off there, stick the other bugger on it, and we'll be in good stead, I reckon. But yeah, we're coming along. I shall keep you posted. Oh, and another thing, I accidentally bought a stationary engine with a water pump on it for my daughter. She said she really would like one. We went to the farm and the vintage farm machinery show yesterday, and she saw some stuff there and made some comments. So I had a quick look on Trade Me, and there was one on there. It was miles too cheap, $700 for this work of art. So that's probably going to be here next week. Next Saturday I'll go and grab it from the Hawke's Bay and bring that and see if we can get that into life as well. But priority is these tractors, so getting this one done so as it pays for the other one. In it. So a little tractor update. I've been sandblasting this, or outside with a water sandblaster, but it's pretty dire and it's more of a pain in the arse than it's worth, I think. Keeps clogging up. So I'm going to revert to a rotary wire brush. Now, this whole thing's on an old day, many years. It's my dad's, it's out in his old shed out there. So I'm going to try this and see how we get on. Clean all this up. Then I've got to take off the brakes, the rest of the brakes, and clean all them up because they're scungy. And I've got to repair one of them, which one of the nuts broke off, which holds the shoes back to the back plate. So once I've got all this shit done, I should be able to start screwing some paint on that actually. Yeah. I just cleaned the wheels with the sandblaster. I've got to go away and have the tyres taken off, and one of them's got a little rust hole on the edge, so I'm going to have to weld it up, clean it up. I think one of these front wheels has got a rust hole in it as well, but I'll just use the wheels off the other one because they're good. Got better tyres on that one as well. Yeah, then we can start painting it hopefully. Once I've got all the rest of the crap off, then it'll be making me buying some bits of shit to finish it. Switch the engine out and flick it. See if I can get some money for it to do the next one, innit? Anyway, I'm going to go with this bloody wire brush after I've got some safety shit. I'll just give this a little bit of a crack for this whizzy thing here. It works all right, that does, but I might put a cable tie around the trigger of the drill, so I ain't got to hold it, and I can use two hands, innit? But it looks all right. It's getting there. So here's an after shot. That's with that little rotary wire brush. Still a bit more to do on there compared with that side. But it's good, apart from me wormy thing, me drive snapped. Didn't like the wire brush, so I'll have to have a look, see where it's broken, see if I can fix it. But I'll go just with a drill and a wire brush do the rest of it. All this will come off, all these links, I'll pull all them off. So I've got to repair them. That's been, yeah, sort of Heath Robinsoned up, it's a bit wank. And these ends are all buggered, so what I might do is try and get some different new ends. And you can see, I think it's been welded there before, not from new, so I'll cut them through there, weld ends, new ends on, so it's all nice and shiny. Because look at them, that's no good, is it? Yeah, and get rid of this bit of metal that's been put on here, this plate, and just rebuild this one. Either strengthen it up, but you weld it properly. Some of this stuff's been done by a farmerist, so he's had a go, and it's pretty average, to be fair, a lot of it. The seat's been welded up, and that's a bit wanky, and also I'll have to cut that out and redo it, or buy another seat, but we'll see. Depends how much they are in it, but I want it to look nice for the next owner, really. Not all work. So that's the plan, Stan. Now I've got to find another wire brush, haven't I? In it. I mean, I could have took all these off and took them and got them sandblasted, but I don't want to get that involved with it. All the seals are good because there's no oil in there, so that means the axles, the oil seals on the axles are good. Just a clean and a paint, really. Perfect. In it. Right, I've got some more bits stripped off, and pretty much the left hand side is clean apart from underneath. Right hand side is nearly clean apart from underneath. Yeah, I've got to go right underneath the gearbox diff up to the front to clean that, and then take some crap off the front. Fix that brake shoe just there, that one. There's a retaining bolt that holds that to the back plate, and I've got to make one for that, so I'll do that as well. Finish off cleaning up that back plate. Brake drums I've cleaned up. Someone's had a go at them with hammer and chipped off a bit of the edge, but it doesn't affect the brakes, they're clean. I was going to skim them, but they're all good in a hood, so I've just sanded them. So, and it's not going to do 100 mile an hour apparently. Well, it shouldn't do unless it's downhill, out of control. But everything looks good. The brake shoes look pretty new. So someone's been in there before, way back, I think. So we get in there, hopefully, a bit more dust and crap, and then I'll be able to start thinking about stripping the front down, taking that old engine off, and I can get it up on some blocks on the front and maybe squirt some paint on it. I've got to do that oil seal on the right hand side of the steering box as well, that's leaking, so I'll put 2 new seals in there as well, I think. Take all the front suspension and crap off. That'll give me a bit more space around there and make it easier to paint. Some of the bits I'm going to have to take away and get sandblasted, I think, just to make it pretty. But we're getting there, ain't it? So I've got the other brake drum on. I'm just going to piss around with this one. So these little nuts here hold the brake shoe back, stop it wibbling about, so they need adjusting, that one needs adjusting. It also holds this in, which is the adjuster, and what's happened in the past, I think this has been loose, and someone's tried to adjust the brakes and it's sort of taken a bit of the peak off of these adjuster, but when it's pulled right in, it holds it tight against this little crown wheel. Anyway, this one's snapped off. So what I'm going to do is take this brake pad out, this brake shoe out, and then try and get this stud out, or re-drill it and re-thread it, and put another, it'll be a 5/16 UNF, I think, in there, or just a bit of 8mm thread, because you're not going to see it anyway. But that's what I'm going to do, isn't it? So I've got to get these bastards off, and let's see if we can get these springs off, which is normally a prick. You bastard. I might need a pair of bigger grippies. Yeah. Nah, won't do it then. I'll go and get something more substantial. So I've got that off now, brake shoe anyway. And that little bugger there, I don't know if you can see that, is what snapped off. there's a little bit of thread still sticking out. What I'll do is I'll chop it off flush, re-drill it and re-tap it, and then Loctite a bolt in there, or a bit of thread. And then I can go back together. I might get a bit more of a clean up in there while that's off. But I'm going to put the brake drums on and everything, so I can spray the back. It's nearly ready for painting as well. Just got to do a bit on the other side, clean some oil up on there because there's oil still poked on the steering box. But if I give it a damn good clean up, I should be able to get a bit of primer on it. Might take a few more bits off up the front. Up here, let's go over there. Might take all that off, all that dashboard and whatever, and I can paint that separately and put it back on afterwards. But I should get on with doing that now. So I've got a pilot hole through the middle of it. Now I'm just going to go through with a 7mm drill. That's the hole's drilled. Now I'll just get another tap, a tapered tap, and whack a thread in it. And I've got a little 8mm bolt here, and I'll put that in there and chop it off, and then just put an 8mm nylock nut on there, and then that'd be job ski done ski. So I could go and find a tap. Well, there's my 8mm tap with a bit of lube on it, a bit of cutting compound. And we'll just gently I think that will do, isn't it? That'll do it with me, mate. So I'm going to Loctite that bastard in there, give it a bit of clean and a blowout, and then Loctite that in. Then that brake shoe can go back on in it and shit. That's all nice and shiny and clean now. Here's my little new stud. So a bit of stud lock on there. Oh, let's just try it in the hole first. Might have to take some edges off it. No, it goes in, doesn't it? Yep. Put that little bastard in there. Leave enough sticking out to get a washer and a... No, let's leave it about there. So I'll let that go off, and then I can put that brake shoe back on. Then this drum can go on, and I'll carry on cleaning and whatsoever, isn't it, and shit. And let's chuck this brake shoe on while that's drying off. washer. There it is. Put that down there. Just going to grab me a nut. So they're both now all held in, all adjusted, well, adjusted back to the back plate anyway. So I could chuck that drum back on and then get on with more cleaning, more dirty stuff, innit? Chuck these two big ass screws back in here. Someone's had to go at them before with hammer and chisel, I think, but they're all right. That'll do. Now I can adjust the brakes up on this side, same as the other side. I'll go and get a spaniel for that with my cup of tea. So the old fella I bought this tractor off, he had himself convinced that the brakes were inside the diff housing in there, like on modern tractors. So he never tried to adjust them, he had no brakes. But there's a dirty great big adjuster there, which I showed you before in on that little crown wheel. Turn that brings the shoes out. Is that the right way? That might be the wrong way, but we'll soon see. Oh, that's right, yep, righty tighty, lefty loosey. So let's just back it a touch. What I'll do is I'll stamp on the brake. That should centre the brake shoe up. I'd say that'll do. Might back it off just a touch. Why is that not returning? Just needs a bit of a lube up anyway. Brakes are adjusted and working now, which is a bonus. I may have jumped ahead a bit, but just got all that off. Now that can go in the sandblaster, be all made purdy. Then I can get to all this shit down here now. Got to take off these front links, and I might get the forklift in a minute and lift this up, position it in a better place so as I can pull the engine off, set that down somewhere. Might drain the oil first, might be a good idea. What do you reckon? Yeah, I might do that, drain the oil out of the bastard, and then yeah, see about getting this front end off, and then I can have this all set up, clean it thoroughly, get this back end ready to paint. All these small bits like this, I can either stick in my little brother's. He's got a little sandblasting cabinet I might borrow when I get my compressor going. That is, so I've just bought another compressor. A hydrovane one. She's quite as thick, but don't fucking work, does it? So I've stripped it down. The guy I bought it off of said that it had just been serviced, but I think whoever serviced it did it a bit what's it, liberally is the right word, is it? I don't know, which means they did fuck all. I charged them $650 for pleasure. So it needs 2 new filters and fresh oil, and then put it back together, because it don't build pressure in the tank. It builds pressure in the head unit up to 150 psi, which is fantastical, but it doesn't work its way into the tank, which is no good. So I'm hopefully going to get a kit delivered here at some stage. I'll get it going. But other than that, I've also got a dryer. So I bought a dryer so I can spray without getting all moisture in. So I've just got settled up as well. Once all my bits come, I'll set it up outside, and I'll have a bit of kit to play with in it. How's that? But anyway, I'm going to crack on this bugger. One more thing. This is the air intake which goes up on the dashboard, and it's a bit cracked and buggered, but I'm going to see if I can save it with a bit of super glue, because the rest of it's not in too bad a condition. So if I can put it back together, then that can go back on, because I haven't seen one. I'm hoping they still make it, because I need one for my other tractor. But yeah, if I can save that, that'd be good as gold, won't it? So I'm just trying to get the steering wheel off. It's having a bit of a laugh with me. Don't want to come off. So I've got a bit of tension on it with this puller. I've just given it a good soak of WD-40, so I shall leave it, put a little bit more tension on it, see if it pops overnight. Other than that, there's not bugger all I can do, innit? I may have jumped ahead just a little bit. Now, last time the steering wheel was giving me a bit of crap, so I decided to cut the bastard off. So I've just got the boss on there in a minute. I've got it soaking, and I'm probably just going to chop it and pull it off, because I can get a new steering wheel. I think it's about $100 for a nice shiny new one, so that's what I should do with that. But also, I accidentally took the front end off and some other bits and bobs and forgot to film it. But anyway, the front end's now off, and I'll show you. The front end is over here. So there it is, the front end is now departed the vehicle. It was a bit of a prick, and it's full of crap in there which needs damn good clean. There's all the fronty bits, arms and track control arm, got all that off. It came off nice and easily. The actual front end is over here. Didn't come off as easy as I thought. Well, it didn't come off as I thought it would come off. I thought it would come off with that. There's a pin in the middle there. I thought that would come out, but that seems to be a bit stuck, so I'll see what I can do with that. Might turn it up the other way and bash it out. I'll put that bolt back in there just to hold it all steady, but you know, I'll bash it out, and maybe I'll have to redo some bushes in there, I guess, I don't know. But that's off, so that makes it much easier to work on now. Now I can start pulling the engine out of the bastard and put it on the engine stand, and then that can go to one side. And then I've got the other engine, I've got all of my oil seals and stuff, so once I've got it off, I end up with the same as this really. I've made a little stand up for the gearbox over here. Some big chunky wood and just my axle stands, but it's pretty solid, so that's good. Happy to work on that. But yeah, I'm going to start pulling the engine off. I'm just going to put a strap around it or something so I don't lose it, and then using my engine crane, I can pull that engine off and stick it on the ground. I might drain the oil first. Probably drain the oil first. That's what we'll do, innit? So I've just dropped the oil out of the bugger. Bit of water and all sorts of crap in there, but that's all good. Now let's just start doing the bottom of the engine gearbox. These are nice and easy to get undone. Yeah. The annoying thing is now I've got this one apart, I've got to take the one that goes apart, which is a prick out. Hey ho. Right, now, that's the two bottom ones out. I need to find myself now some chain and some cylinder head nuts to put this bastard over the hook, over the forks. Take the weight, then I can get the rest of these out. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on this side, and probably 5 on the other side. Anyway, and then one at the top there. I'll get that one there, because I won't be able to get the rattler on there. As I said before, this is the engine I'm going to rebuild, so one day. And these are all 7/16, but 17 horsepower just to go on. Do a little bit of a tap. Anyway, I'll get the rest of this undone, and I'll get a chain, and then we'll come back, eh? Yeah. Might get a wrap on it, bugger. No, does it go through there? Yes, it does, you bastard. Metricated spanners don't quite fit nice, they're a prick. Never mind. Find a chain. Well, I'm just whizzing this off. Put the chain on. It probably will swing when I come up, but not too worried. Got a bit of tension on it, innit? But hopefully we can just loosen all these little buggers off. This one's a bit of a prick. Someone's put an oil filter in the way, which is annoying. I have to do it manually. Let's put this on. I might have to buy a set of imperial spanners for this, because when I do the other one, I don't want a big piston on there like this. In it. Come on, darling. All the bolts are very lubed actually, very greasy. What about ball? Right, let's get this person all out. Pretty much. This side's all out. I'll just loosen these a little bit more, it might. That's all the bolts out, I believe. The wiggle. I might drop the old forklift down a touch. Spin, so it's back and forth, you've got to touch, see what that does. Hopefully it won't fall off. Boss. It's free! So I did swing around a little bit, but nothing too serious. Now I can pull this ballast out of the way, put that down there, and have a little loop of this, give it a bloody good clean up, isn't it? Very nice. So there we go, that's it. De-enginerated, so just a drive unit there. A few more bits to take off and clean, unclean all that. See what the clutch is like. I'm hoping the clutch is alright because they're a few bucks, but you know, if it's good enough. The release bearing looks pretty good, but it was obviously leaking oil somewhere. I don't know if it's the engine, rear crank, or whether it's the gearbox, but yeah, we'll have a look in there anyway and see which one it is and fix it. Looks like it's just two gaskets in there, so yeah. Anyway. Bit more of a clean and that'll be ready for paint. So what I'll probably do is finish this video here of what it is. I'll do a bit more cleaning obviously, and then I'll come back when we're painting and when I've got the other engine out. So here's our little engine. Size of that flywheel, Jesus Christ, it's like off a steam engine. No wonder it's so grunty. But it had a gasket. I didn't realise it had a gasket, so it's actually got a gasket for the gearbox. So I'll have to get one of those, and that's what's left of this one, which ain't a lot, is it? I suppose that's in case it goes through water, 'cause it's all pretty well sealed up, to be fair. Anyway, marvellous. She's a big old clutch. Again, I'll find out whether that was leaking down there or whether it was the gearbox, but I'm pretty sure it's probably this. So anyway, the other engine I've got to do that seal on it anyway, both ends, and we'll be back with another one of painting. Pre-paint prep, so we're going to degrease all this, giving it a good coat of engine degreaser. Let it soak for a minute, and then if I get my water blaster out, give it a good blast off underneath, then I can get the rotary wire brush on it. Get it all white with some thinners, and then once that bit's all, I haven't done that yet, so I've got a rotary wire brush out, but after that there's no reason I can't pop some primer on this. I shall get it up in here a bit further so I can paint it nicely underneath and whatever. But yeah, there we go. Right, it's all dry. I've masked up the little bits I want to mask up, and now we're ready to flick some primer on the bugger. That should get all underneath and everywhere. It'll be lovely, won't it? Here you go, peoples. That's a decent coat of primer on there. It's only an enamel primer, but that's all they had originally, because the paint that I got from Sparex for these masseys is enamel, grey enamel. So I'll let that tack off and dry, and then give it a little bit of a key up, and then we'll wax some colour on it, which is probably exactly the same as that, pretty much. I don't think it's far off it, probably darker, a bit darker, but anyway. It looks a billion times better with a bit of paint on it. And then on this I've got to take out, drain all the oil out of the diff and the gearbox, because that's got a bit of water in it, so I'll get all that clean out as well. But yeah, that's looking nice. That'll make someone a nice little tractor, that will. Perfect. In it. Well, I've got my paint mixed up, ready to go on. It's quite a lot darker actually. It's yeah. None of the tractors I've got this paint on them, because they've been repainted at some stage with just any old shit I suppose they're running around the yard. I think one of them probably even used like water-based shit, because when I was water blasting this one, it was taking the paint off. Even my water blast was bloody strong, or it was just shit paint and it wasn't keyed up. Anyway, just letting it go off just a little bit more, and then I shall give it a blast. My theory is, while this primer is still sort of soft, the other paint will eat into it, and that should get a good bond, and it won't fall off, and it'll be lovely. So, onwards. Right, that's pretty dry now. A little tiny bit tacky, but good enough, so it's paint smear time. Right, so there it is, painted in massey Ferguson grey, whatever that is, implement grey. In fact, it's Stonely grey. I think I've got everything on there. Yes. Looks lovely. So next thing is to get all these other bits sandblasted, which are over there somewhere behind the tractor. Yeah, got to get all the mud guards, so I've got to take them apart. I'm going to take the frames off the mud guards because they've got some rot on them. So I'll cut all the rivets off and yeah, grind them clean and remake. Obviously, you can have them sandblasted as well, and along with a load of other gear. The front end will go away sandblasted. What else we've got? Loads of little bits of factory box, all the arms and stuff off the front, the links off the back. I did find some links in Sparex as well. They do the ends, so you can cut them off and weld them on. I'm not sure whether I want to keep these for my tractor over there, because they're the original ones, which are a nice shape. And the other tractor's got some odd ones on it, but I can make them the same. I'll cut them and weld them and put new ends on. But yeah, I'm not too worried about this one being 100%, you know, original. As long as it's pretty shiny on the button, everything works, so someone can buy it in it. And then that one will be like a showroom piece, hopefully. Totally stripped, everything will come apart on it. Engine will be completely rebuilt. New bushes, bearings, everything. And it'll be lovely jubbly. And that'll be like, yeah, like it's just rolled out of the factory, hopefully, or even better. Anyway, that's the plan. Pretty much nearly dry already, so I think it's shiny enough, eh? what difference a bit of paint makes, eh? Very nice. I think that'll pretty much do for now. Till I get the rest of the bits ready so I can paint them and then start putting the bugger back together. This is the engine over here that's going in it, on it. So this will come off of this one. I'll split this and then give that a bloody good clean up. I've got to do the front and rear oil seals, which I've got over on the bench. Yeah, give it a proper thorough tidy up, and then she'll be going in there. And that'd be lovely. So I had a trip to the sandblasters in town and done all the guards, all the front end, all the little bits and bobs is all sandblasted. All the little bits and bobs in there all sandblasted. Wheels. They're a bit perforated, mind you, so I've got to do a bit of repair work on these. Got a bit of leakage on the edges there, but I shall weld those up and grind them so you can't see it. Fix them all up. Just straighten them up at the minute. They're a bit bent, so I've just been bashing them, trying to straighten them out from when the tyres came off. You see that one all bent up. But I shall get to that, and then that bottom of that seat, look at that, it's all wanky, and I shall fix that. And hopefully tomorrow, some stage, I'll be able to sling some paint on parts of them, parts of these bits. I'd like to get the tyres back on these, but I've got to prime them first, paint the insides, and then I won't bother about painting the outside because they're bound to damage it when they put the tyre on. So I'll just mask the tyres up and paint the outsides after. I think that'll be favourite, innit? So that's the plan, to Stan. So I shall give this a crack. So with a bit of fettling, I've got these wheels pretty round now on the backs, but I've got to now fill all the holes in and whatever before I continue. So the way I'm going to do that is I've got a bit of brass which I'm going to clamp to the inside of the rim, and then I'll weld through, and in theory the weld shouldn't stick to the brass, and I can just keep moving it around, filling the holes in, build it up, grind it, and then make it all look pretty, innit? So I've never actually done this before, but with that little bit of brass rod on the inside of the rim, I've welded through the outside. Instead of being loads of penetration through like normally it would, all snotty, all you've got is a little bit of brass and a nice sealed hole. And on the back I've got a weld to grind off, but yeah, that's working very good. There's a bit of brass down there, where is it? It's gone, it's jumped away, there it is. So it's still going. I just will let it cool down and I'll move it. We'll have a crack with a bit more, innit? I'm actually staggered how well that works. So I've just got to grind the top of those off, and there's some more holes down there to fill. But in this side, look at that. So very little bit to grind off, but it looks good. And I saw this years ago. Where was it on? It was on some custom car show with, can't remember the name of it. Anyway, they used to do this with brass on car body just to patch up little holes, and it only works, doesn't it? So it looks like I might have to get some more brass at some stage, because I can use it on lots of the other panels that are poked on bits and bobs. But yeah, that is bloody good, that is. I'm happy with that. So I just crack on all the way around, loads and loads of pinholes all the way through them. So I wanted to get it all nice all around there. Look at all them buggers. But it's cheaper than a new rim, isn't it? Don't you know? That actually looks pretty good. Not bad at all, I think. Should give the room a bit of strength as well, so that'll be good. I'm going to keep doing that. I think I've got that all the way around, but I'll have to check. Oh, there's a little bit of a hole there I've just missed, so I better get that one. But that one looks good. That one around there looks good, there's no daylight shining through, and around the other side's good. Just a matter of grinding them up. Make it look pretty, but I'll quickly get the weld around and just do that hole there, look. Missed that bastard, didn't I? So there's one wheel all nice and repaired, welded all around there, all these little patches like to do. And then I've just welded the inside as well and ground it off, and hopefully it should be bloody good, isn't it? So now this one just needs a bit of a sand in the middle, and that one will be ready for paint. I'll get to the other bloody one, innit? Here's the next wheel. There was just a bit all the way around there. It was quite thin on that bit, so I've built it all up. And there was a couple of little holes which I've done. Another one just down there. And then one there. I'll grind that little bugger up, give it a sand up, and then I shall get ready for some paint. So I've splashed some primer around on there, on the back of the wheels and the inside of the rim. I put that one up the wrong way because I'm a fucking idiot. So I haven't done a middle yet because I don't want it to stick to me thingo. So I'll turn it upside down in a minute as soon as it's dried enough, and do the back of the wheel, and then tomorrow I can do the fronts of the wheel. It'll be perfectly dry, won't stick. Then I've done all these little bits out here: seat spring, filter, well sorry, the inlet, dashboard, foot pegs, fan, pipey bit, fanny bit, another dashboardy bit and a battery bit. So they're all really ready for some grey paint. We'll let them dry first, innit? That's alright, innit? Looks like it's going to piss down. Never mind. What I am going to do while I'm waiting for that primer to dry, before I paint the other side of that wheel, is try and get these oil seals out. So these are the original seals. Don't think they've ever been changed because they were leaking like a motherfucker. I know it's going to chip the paint up a little bit, but I can just touch it up with a brush. So I'm going to pull them out, then take them to a shop and see if I can get something that fits. Because like when I went to the tractor spares place, I said you can't get these at the moment anywhere in New Zealand, so I'll believe them. So let's see if we can get this out. I'm just going to use a very fine chisel and just try and tap it between. And that seems to be coming out. So it goes. Very nice. There it was. It's very nearly oof. So I'll pull it out the rest of the way. Wait for the turn this to be boxed that way. Off it comes, just like that. Oh yeah, she's very poked. It's what they call rockard inside there. So I'll take that, see if I can get that matched with the outside seal, and I'll probably put that in a lathe and machine that steel piece off, because the new seal won't have this on it. It'll just be rubber, and I think this bit looks very pretty. So I'll I'll cut that off and I can glue it on the new one, probably. Anyway, there it is. I'll get the other one out as well, I think. So I've just done some computering and found these seals on SpareX, found the size, metric, so what the imperial equivalent metric size, 32 by 48. So I've just ordered 2, and as I say, I'll just glue this metal bit on the outside of the nice shiny new ones once I get them, and see if we can make it look all pretty again. But anyway, hopefully my paint's dry by now, my primer, and I can flip that wheel over and get the other side. So I should do that right now, isn't it? So I've got all these bits ready to squirt. They're all fucking dry now. One of the wheels is still a bit wet, so I'll leave that, but I'll do the back of this one and the inside of it, and I can do the inside of that wheel. But yeah, sorry where the tyre goes, if you know what I mean anyway. And I'll give all this a bit of a squirt in, and then we'll be good, that'll be done. Flicked a bit of paint around. I shouldn't have painted them really, because they're going to get all bunged up anyway when they put the tyres on, so I'm going to have to paint them again. And I ain't painted the other side yet, I ain't primed the other side, so probably get overspray on it. Never mind, we'll sort it out another day. The more the merrier with the paint on them, I suppose. Everything else is looking lovely. Dashboard, bits and bobs, fan, intake pipe, that bit, that bit, that bit. All got some squirt on them now, so that's good, isn't it? I suppose the next bit I've got to start doing is dismantle these mud guards. Now take all the frame off the back. All that big chunk there, and you just cut the heads of those rivets off. There's got a few rivets in there, and then some bolts. And then I can rebuild this part, get rid of the rust there. Same with the other one, that was a bit worse, and then do a bit of straightening out on it, a little bit of beating, a bit of panel beating on there. Then I can just prime them and then put the bits back together and then paint them. And then I've got to do the front beam there, the axle, and all the little other bits. So I've got to get new rubbers for all these, give them a good clean and a re-grease. The steering, track rod ends and whatever. Apparently you can get these as well, so I'll see if I can find them little rubbers. I'm not too worried about these linkage bits yet. They can wait till the end. Bonnet, it's quite pickled, but I can cut that section out and make a new bit, fold a new bit up and tack it in, and then weld up all these little holes all over it. It's not a bad bonnet other than that, just those sides there. You get that painted. But yeah, we're sort of getting there, isn't it? got my tyres on and just put the wheels on the hubs. I've got to get them to clean all the wheel nuts up, so I need to sandblast those and do something to make them look nice. But these wheels come up very, very nice indeed, haven't they? Don't you know? What? Looks like I bought one, doesn't it? Look at that. Compared with what they were like, they're like Rolls Royce. I don't know if I've got to get them balanced or not. You know what I mean? Probably not. Look at that. They look lovely, didn't they? When you think about that, what it did look like was worse than these ones. These ones are actually pretty good compared with the ones that come off of there. Poor old tractor. I did some tractoring on the weekend, by the way, and I did some ploughing with this machine here. Look. And unfortunately, the tractor deposited its oil, well, most of it, all over the dirt. So I don't think it's a very well engine. So I've had a bit of a change of plan. Instead of pulling this engine out of here, because it's going to need rebuilding, I can't let someone have it when it's pissing oil out everywhere. I thought it was just the seals, but when it's under load, it's like chuffing oil out of places it shouldn't chuff oil out of, isn't it? So the original engine out of this little fella by Ur, which over here, I'm going to get it up on the engine stand, this thing here, and going to give it a bloody good clean. I might take the pistons and rods out and just give it a hone to clean it up, see what the rings are like. Might put a set of shells in it, but I think this one had about 60 psi just spinning it over when I was trying to start it, so it's got good oil pressure. But I'll check the shells, give it a good once over. I'll lap the valves in, put valve stem seals on it, which they don't normally have, they didn't come standard with that. And then I'll have to buy or rebuild the water pump probably, and a few little bits and bobs, but that's the plan. And then this will be like a very good engine. I'll be happy to let someone buy it then without me worrying that it's going to come back and they say it's buggered. So that's my new plan, isn't it? Which is a better plan, I think. So yesterday I got a little bit carried away and I gave this a bloody good clean with a water blaster and degreased it all. Looking at the bores, I'm going to pull the pistons out and just probably deglaze them. They're not as bad as I thought they were. I've got the cam followers out there on the front, on the bonnet of my Rover there. I'm going to pull the shells out and have a look, see what they're like. And rear main oil seal, I've got that over on the bench, ready to go in. Same with the front seal, I've got that. I've just got to get a socket to fit that bugger there. I'm going to have to order myself a nice shiny new gasket set for this one, and a set of studs, valve stem seals and whatsoever, and then we'll see how we go from there. But it should be alright. It'll be a lot better than that one anyway, the other one. The sump was absolutely full of sludge. This was like about an inch of sludge in the bottom of it, which I've cleaned. And I've got to clean all the other little bits and bobs, and then we can get cracking on this. I'll have a look at the oil pump as well. I believe the oil pump must be in that bit there. It looks like a drivey sort of thing, doesn't it? So we'll have a look in there, see what that looks like as well. But yeah, that's the plan, Stan. So the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of the studs. I'm going to chuck new studs in it. These are, how old are these bastards? 75 years old or something like that, 70 years old. I'll keep them, they're good. I doubt if they've ever been changed. Ooh, that's a bit tight, that bastard. I think they're very expensive, these studs, probably about a few bucks each. They've got a little slot up the side of them to let the oil out in there, which is a good idea, isn't it? Yeah, look at that. You can see that little slot in them. So if that's full of oil, that'll let the oil and shit out so it don't hydraulic in it. Very nice. Next. I've got the followers out, as I said, they're over there, and they all look pretty good. One of them's got a little nick out of it, which was one that had a bent push rod. I might just clean it up with the grinder just so it don't catch anywhere, but it moved freely, so I ain't too worried about it. It's not as if it revs, is it? It's only like doing a couple of thousand RPM, I think, 2,500, 3,000 tops. But yeah, I want to clean all this up, so I shall get my, what's that there, looks a bit wanky. My new compressor that's nearly working, sort of nearly working. Got an oil filter and all that for it. Chucked it in yesterday and it does go up to a pressure now. Not as quick as I thought it was going to be. It's very, very quiet indeed. But it does stick. Sometimes there's a bypass valve inside the head unit, and that opens and bypasses, but it gets up to about 150 psi and bypasses the tank. So the tank don't go up, so it won't switch off, which is fucking stupid, isn't it? I think we're better off putting that pressure thing on the pump. But anyway, I don't know. I'll sort that out another day. But I can still use it because what I'm going to use is cleaning this up. Where's my doofer hoofer? Over here, there it is. Just to get the rest of the crud off the block. I've got this little finger thingo, which is awesome for getting off paint and crap. And I'll be able to go over the top of the block and do it as well, like that. I can't get this off yet. The showed down here. I can't get that off because I haven't got a socket that size. I'll see if I can borrow one off one of my mates. But at least I'll be able to get this today clean. And if I just open this there, like that, I can spin this little fella around now, away. Like that, let some more crap out, and I'll be able to have a look at the big ends and the mains and the oil pump. It looks very, very clean in here now compared with what it was. Still a bit crappy, but a million times better, innit? So I shall fire up my little compressor in a second. Just wipe some of this excess oil off of here so I don't drip on the floor, make a mess. Don't like a mess remove. Does that unscrew? I think it does it? Oil pickup's a bit strange, it just twiddles round. Anyway, I suppose that's what it's supposed to do. Must be an O-ring in there surely, otherwise it's gonna, I don't know. We'll have a look at that. Cam looks alright as well. So maybe it's not as bad as I thought. Yes. Although I think I might get a torch in there and have a proper look. I will. I'll do that. So first thing I'm going to do is pull off this little cover on the back. There's a split cover that goes over the rear crank seal. So I'll pull out these little bolts. And I'll take this cap off here, which is a big end, isn't it? And I can also see then what sort of old seal they had in them. I think it would have been a rope one or something, because a lot of the seals on the tractor are leather. So the ones in the steering box were leather, and I think the ones on the axle are leather as well. And yeah, not sure what these are. Be interested. fan out. It's weird, it's got a huge, great big like, lip on in the crank, and if it didn't have that on there, and you could have got an oil seal in, couldn't you? Probably. But other than that, there's no way to get it in because this big lip here. Actually, that feels like rubber. That does feel like rubber. I should put these down here in the stand. Now I'll find what the size that is. 11/16 I think. It ain't that size. What that size? Bigger or that size. That's the one. Like my new orange gloves. They're bollocks, aren't they? They don't fall apart like the other ones. Normally they last 5 minutes, but these screens seem to be quite a bomber. I'm hoping these are going to be nice and no brass or whatever showing through them. We live in hope. We might have to pry that out with an hammerer. She's tight fit. I'll get it out. I'll stick something underneath there where the seal goes, that might assist. This might have had a new seal in it at some stage actually. Yeah, I'll carry on getting this out and I'll come back in it. So that's a good sign. No copper or brass showing through there. So I've still got white metal on it. And the journal looks very, very good indeed. I'll show you. See that? It's lovely. No scoring or pitting, no hot marks, it's lovely. So I reckon they'll go again. I'm going to assume the rest are as good as this. I want to take this one off anyway because I want to put the new seal in while I'm here. So I'll put the new seal in and then I shall put this back together again. And those seals on the side are still proud as well, so they're still good, them, those rubbers, so they sit a little bit prouder than the, that's why it's so hard to get out. I'll give this a good old clean up. And we'll get our new seal in there. Let's put it down there where it's safe. Lovely. I shall get this seal out. So here's our nice shiny new rear main, which is split. The reason it's split is so you can feed it in. I'm going to put a little bit of this crap as I put it back together again. If I can get a lid off, that is. Come on, darling. Put it on a bit tight, didn't I? There's a little bit around there. Just so it don't run dry first time we crank the old girl. And that might make it a bit easier to get in and all. And I want the joint at the top of the engine obviously, so that is essentially going to be at the top there. We hope. We'll get the fucker in there. Now, pretty much. Looks good. And make sure that joins in the right place. Where's my torture? Over there. The torture. I'd say that's close enough, don't you know? Definitely close enough. So what I'll do is I'll put on this bottomy plate again. Get my big fat fingers in there. Throw bolts on the floor, good idea. I need more hands. Shit. This stand's all very good and great, but it gets in the fucking way, doesn't it? That's that one started. Definitely better suit with someone with tiny little hands, like a lady. Get Nelly to do this. I'm going to turn the camera off because I might swear in a minute. So I've got my sealing, and obviously the way I done it was to take the sump off and take the main bearing cap off. But it looks like this has been done before by someone else. Now I don't know if that's a standard thing. That, see that there? Where are we? There. There's a big slither off of the crank. Now I don't know whether that would be a standard thing or whether someone's thought, I know how to do that, I'll cut a bit out so I can poke the ceiling. But it looks like that's how the seal was either originally fitted or, you know, retrofitted. So that's either very, very clever thinking on Mr. Ferguson's part or on some mechanic's part. So yeah, I wonder what that was, and now I know. But anyway, the seal's in, bottom plate is, the retaining plate's on and the bolts are in. Now I can flick it back up the other way and chuck the bearing cap on, and then I'm going to take off the big ends on each one and have a look in there. And I'm going to drop the pistons out, and I'm probably going to give it a little bit of a tickle up just with the stone, just to deglaze them a little bit. Not that they're that bad, but yeah, just to clean them in it. So just getting this bearing cap in, I've just pushed it in, and I'm just going to nip it down gently bently. I'll put a little bit of sealant down each side of the old leather seals there. I'll do this and I'm going to have a bleeding cup of tea, and I. I should have to Google the torque settings for these because I haven't got them to hand, but I'll go and do that in a minute. But I'll just nip them, and then in. Clean off that little bit of excess sealant there, because don't want that floating around in there, do we? And they're lovely. So that's got our new oil seal in there. Just got to put that other plate on the top, nip that up as well. And then I'll take a main bearing cap off. Not a main bearing cap, a big end bearing cap, and see if we can get a piston out. But I might shoot in a town and see if I can get a piston ring compressor, because I haven't got one here, and also see if I can find a little set of stones, cheap honing stones. I'll do that. Cup of tea, thank you. Well, I've just done Mr. Google, and according to Mr. Google it's between 80 and 85, so I'm going to go like 83, 84. And I reckon that'll do us. So let's see how that goes. Be like that then. So that's 84. And the big ends is 55, I think it says. So I'll pull them off. I've got to unbend these tabs and pull them off, but I might try and go and get me bits first before the shop's shut and have a bloody cup of tea. So I mean, it's time to get one of these out. So got me little chisel, bring these little tabos out of the way. That'll probably do. Right, let's get a socket. It's not that size, obviously. That size. hopefully these little buggers are as good as the main bearings were, but you never know, do you? Boots. There was my lock on that. We go. Let's have a look in there. Bit dark, but it's got all the metal on there. So I've got number 4 piston out. All rings look pretty good. I've just given it a little home and it's come out pretty reasonable. So I think I shall just throw these little buggers back in. Don't you know? They're not fantastic there, but they don't look like they're excessively warm to me, so back it goes. I've got my nice shiny new piston ring compressor, and then I shall just tried it on and it fits lovely, doesn't it? So I shall put this little bugger back in, bit of lube around it and then whack it in. Right, this little fella's going in. Just want to make sure the collar don't smack where it's not supposed to smack. I didn't really go on back in, which now, this back in. Beautiful, first one done. I'll just put the cap back on it. Let's get rid of that and that for a minute. Back over here. Upside down again. Bit more goop. And these are all numbered as well, which was only these, so each one's got 1, 2, 3, 4 on it. So you know which way around to go and everything, which is very nice. And these have got to be topped up to, I think it was 50 to something. I'll have a look. I did write it down over there on the wall. I took this little bad boy out. So 50 to 55 pans. Go to 54. Move that little bugger up a little bit like that. Perfect. I'll leave that sec, so I'm going to use it again, anyway. Now turn it around and do the next one. In it. So number 4 and number 3 are done. Just getting number 2 out. Shelves all look good so far as well, which is nice. The only thing I'm finding at the moment is over the little tiny lip on the top of the bore where the rings go up to, just a little bit of a prick to get the piston out. Mate, that's coming out, just a little bit of a tap. And so far it's not broken any rings or anything, so it can't be that bad. Just going to get these shells out. Now we can push this little fellow down. With a bit of wood. Another one out. So all the rings are free, just a bit gritty from where some anus hole sandblasted it, but I'll get all that shit off. Innit? It's lovely, isn't it? Lovely blowy thing, there it is. Go down there. This one hone. Charlie Mahone.
Smoking, that is pretty good. Right, I'll get a piston ready, it does that thing.
just start whacking these cam followers back in. They're all clean now. Bit of this looby lube on there. And that one is that one. Pinch pops. Make sure they're spotless. That one's on there. Which means I'll pick some up, but I don't think it matters too much. Not if it's a F1 car, is it? Or is it? All of the push rods are mixed up as well, I think, now, because I had to play with some of them. So I don't think it matters too much. They will fit now, they should all be the bloody same. I've got to do the tappets anyway, haven't I? And that is the last little fellow. There we go. All I've got to do is the front seal, but I haven't got a socket for that in a minute. I'll clean the top of the block with my little fingery gadget, which has just got the crap off, you know, gasket material or whatever. Yeah, next thing is to pull off the front pulley and do that oil seal there. I'm going to get you some gasket, new oil filter, headset. I'll put the push rods in. I've got to get oil stem seals, got to get those. And then we can put this thing together, and I could probably stand it on the floor and get a tune out of it before I put it in, just to make sure it's going to be alright. It don't look that bad, you know. For a tractor engine, I think it's shit hot, isn't it? Perfect. I'm just cleaning this little fella up with a wire brush now, it's all degreased. I think I might mask up them aluminium bits because they look nice. I'll paint that bit because it used to be grey by looks of things. Everything's back on, front seal's done, rear seal's done, and it's all clean, all the loose stuff's off. So next thing to do with that is to mask it up, and also I've got sumps all nice and shiny and clean. Look at that, like a new one, isn't it? And then the head, just giving it a final wire brush, it's got to blow it off. Got to remake that because that's got an hole in it, so I'll do that, and then I should give it a go over with a sanding disc to get it a bit smoother. But other than that, I can mask these bits up, and then over the weekend I can give them a coat of paint. and then I can assemble the engine, sump, etc. I might put the block in first, then put the head on, because I can use the head studs to lift it, which is easier. But I'll get the block assembled, the bottom of it anyway, and then that can go onto a nice clean shiny chassis in it. So I've just slung a little bit more paint around. That's the front track rods. Then we repaired thermostat housing, cylinder head and rocker cover, oil filter cover, oil filter for the sump, and to engine. Looking pretty lovely. So by the weekend that should have gone off hard enough for me to put some bits on it, put sump on it. Mainly I want to get the sump on it and then chuck it back in the tractor, tighten the back wheels up and get it sitting on its wheels again. But yeah, that's my plan, touchdown. But that'll do, won't it? And I've got to remake a piece of the cooling system. It's a little cover plate, this bit. It's got a bit of an hole in it, look. So that's no good, so I'll make one of those. Perfect. I just realised I should probably be recording this, so I did, and now just get the sump on. Quite a few bolts in this, there's one missing, so I couldn't find a 5/16 bolt, UNC, so I made one out of a metric bolt, just re-threaded it, and it seems to be good in the hood. And I've left this alley, because I think it looks better, and it didn't have any paint on it, so I'm assuming if it was when it came out of the factory, but I don't know because I've not really seen one properly. Original, so to speak. Right, let's go with the colours. There are absolutely shit tons of them to accumulate. It appears I'm missing one bolt. No, fucking bolt. It must be down here somewhere, mustn't it? Oops, mine there. There's a washer. Put some here. How strange. It'll turn up. Sure it will. There we go. But I maybe had one missing before. We did have one missing then. I don't think that's not too much. I think I'll just rattle this up gently. Finish off with already. Might have to make another bolt in, I suppose. Seeing that one's bloody gone missing. I think they do. Right, I was going to make another bolt for this one that's missing. So I'll do that. Bolt. I've still got the die on my tap, so I'll do that. On my wrench, I'll do that. So there we go, sump's on. Now I'm going to put some studs in it, put a chain on it, take the engine off the stand, and I've got to put it on the floor to chuck the flywheel back on it. But I do have to make myself a gizmo for the clutch. To centre it, so I shall probably whip something up in the lathe to do that, and then the clutch plate can go on, and then I can take the forklift around the other side hopefully. Might have to move a few tractors, don't you know, then I can get the engine back onto the gearbox and whatsoever, isn't it? Very nice. Be good to get it back together, get some bloody room back. I say. So I just made myself up a little centering tool. Just machine that down to fit in the bearing. Bit of tip. That pops in there, and then you go lovely and centre, isn't it? So now I'm going to get that off the stand, chuck it on the floor with that. So I've just got the flywheel started. And we just rattle this little bugger up. Put in the hood, all we've got to do is bend them tabs over, then we can plot the clutch and the clutchy bit on. It'd be lovely. So just grab that, just get a chisel and knock them over. Now, so we just these tabs. Start with a chisel and then finish off with a third bit. You don't want the flywheel coming undone on one of these powerful beasts, do you? It'd be a nightmare. Should be able to just do that. Like that. It's lovely, isn't it? That's it. I'll just grab the clutch. Apparently you have to set these, but I've not touched it, so I'll leave it alone. You can adjust the tension on the springs. Too technical for me, don't you know? Has it got a... ain't got a dowel, has it? Oh well. Can I see the bottom ones? They are there, definitely are there. Where are you bastards? There we go. There. And if I clear myself a hole, I should be able to get around the front of the tractor and slide this little fella into position and get some more shit bolted on, eh? After a cup of tea, I think, definitely. You know when you get a little bit excited and you forget to turn the camera on and you accidentally put the engine in, don't video it. Well, I accidentally did that, but the engine's in. There it is, all bolted up. Now I'm just going to put the studs in and then put the cylinder head on and the push rods can go in. We'll be a little bit closer, won't we? I've got to paint the starter motor. I've got to take the alternator off the other one, which is outside. I've got to bring that back in a minute, it's getting wet, poor old thing. Yeah, just bolt the bits and bobs back on very, very gradually each now. See if I can remember where all bolts go. You know. But this has obviously been apart before at some stage because some of the bolts were in the wrong places, as I recall. Hello, Nelly.
Oh, Ronnie, because there's a whole bunch of bugs following me.
Bugs?
And
So I bought nice shiny new studs. But you know what? I haven't got the slots in like the other ones. Come on. They'll still work. I'm not bothering oiling them because there's already a little bit of oil in the hole, so that'll do, won't it? I've got my stud putter in there and get router over there as well. Somewhere. You know what? I only ordered the right amount of studs and all. Very good indeed, isn't it? Wangle girdler. Hopefully all this is worth it, and this is a bloody good engine now, but I won't know until I start blasting up, I suppose. Isn't it? I did have it running on one cylinder originally, but then all the push rods were, I think 4 or 5 of the push rods were bent and a load of the valves were just stuck open, so it weren't a very well engine at that stage. I don't suppose anything would be very good if it's stuck in a field for 3 years, eh? You know what I mean? The other tractor's talking to me, it's making noises. Probably wants to come back inside, don't it? And the last, but by no means least, I better give this another little bit of a clean because it's got a bit of crap gone down the bores off the chain. I'd hold it up, get a bit of rag and just get that out. Oh my, like that. I think it's only dust and shit. It's probably not going to hurt this old girl too much, to be fair. It's in here, isn't it? It is lovely, isn't it? Right, I'll go and get my nice shiny new head gasket. Another nice shiny new head gasket. Should flick that on. Oh look, you didn't do that one up, did you? Break. I should do that one up as well. That'd be that. Now I will chuck on to the cylinder head. Now, lovely. Lovely. It looks very posh, isn't it? Very posh indeed. Now I'm going to go and remember what the torque setting is and the pattern to tighten the bastard down, innit? Right, so I've got the torque settings. I'm going to do it to 35 first and then to 60. We'll start here. We're going to do the snail pattern. Right, that's 35. Now we're going to go up to 60. Quite fine bastard. I might have to go and put on my spectacles, isn't it? Well, that's it. Trouble is when you get a little bit older, your arms become shorter, I found, so you can't see shit. The spectacles are the answer. Right. I've got a 63, this is. Just going to go around once more. Right, that's that done. I'll just let this back off again so it's sitting with spring on. That is the head top down. Yay! Now I'm going to go and find push rods. They're just here. There they are, all nice and clean and reasonably straight, because I straightened a few of them out, they were bent, but I mean, you know, should be fine. They look bloody straight on the table when I rolled them, so I should just stick them in. Now I'm going to find out the torque setting for these little fellas, but I might give the rocker shaft a little bit of a birthday, because it's been sitting in a bucket of stuff in the workshop for a few weeks, so I'm just going to do that. There's my studs, I'll put them up there. Let's go and check out the rocker shaft thingo malarkey. It's raining. Here's our little rocker shaft. I've been there to clean up, and I've just given these a little tickle up, each rocker, because they were quite badly pitted. So I've just taken a little bit off, make them smooth, otherwise I ain't going to be able to get the tappets right. At least I can get the tappets right now. I don't know if they're case hardened or something, but it should still be alright. 100 times better than it was, innit? I'm going to chuck these on. All the little cuts and like that. There's lovely, isn't it? Now I'll find my nuts. I'll have to go and find out what torque settings these buggers are as well. So I should go and do that, innit? Right, I'm just going to do the valve clearances. So inlet are 10 thou and exhaust are 12 thou. They're a bit wiggly wobbly where the inlets and exhausts are. Those two are inlet and those two are inlet. Sorry, those two, and then their exhaust and their exhaust. So it's a bit of a palaver. Let's have a little go. So that's an inlet, that's got to be 10. There'd be 10 right there. insert, and that's 12. So I'm going to do all these one at a time. Tensioner. They're bloody tight. So it's about 12 there. Now I've just got to get every one of them in the right place so I'll do the rest. So I'll do that now, innit? So I also repaired the thermostat housing because it was all corroded and broken. So what I did is I made a steel insert and bonded it in with some like putty, the epoxy putty. So that will go back on there. Hopefully that should be nice. I've got a nice new thermostat as well, which I shall stick in it. But yeah, I shall get the bolts for that and put that on. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? Right, so I've got the thermostat housing gasket in there. Now I can chuck this little bad boy on. I think it's going to be easier to change the thermostat with this on because it's easier to hold, don't you know. I just cleaned out the threads on here as well because they were a bit filled with paint. I don't know why. Maybe someone's just done a little paint job on it. Hang on a minute. I've got to do an adjustment. I think because it's so tight against the rocker cover, it's not letting it go, not letting me bolts go in. What I've got to do there is that, and my shell. I'm just going to modify one of these holes, don't you know. So a few more bits have magically gone on. Starter motor is on, distributor's in. I'm just going to pull out the old oil seal on the oil filter housing. The thermostat housing's on. Things are on. It's good, isn't it? Progress. Might even get a tune out of it tomorrow. I don't know. Don't know how far I'll get. But we live in hope, don't we? And shit. So I've got my new O-ring. That's your bastard. I should stick that one. Yeah. Feels good all the way around here. There's a nice filter housing and our filterer. And our bolt. She goes. Size is that little fucker? That size, isn't it? I've got a bolt missing just here. I need to find another 3/8 UNC bolt for that. Other than that, it's good and good. It's looking very nice. Could probably put some oil in it, couldn't I? Might do that. So I've just chucked in a new set of points and a new condenser, and I'm just about to replace this wire here, which is a bit old and crispy, and I want it to look the same. So what I've got is, we do some repairs on some stoves and whatever, and it's the same cable. It's like heat resistant, but it looks old, so I'm going to sacrifice those from a stove and get some more, and then use that cable, and then put these little ends on there, and then hopefully I could possibly put the sparklers in, put the inlet manifold and the exhaust manifold on, and I might be able to just hot wire it up and get a tune out of it today, but I'll wait and see how I get on in it. Right, I've just connected the battery up to this. I've got the spark plugs out, and I'm going to try and get the oil pressure up. I've just connected up the oil pressure gauge, shortened the pipe because it was very, very long. Let's see if it will do what it's supposed to. Wonder if I have to bleed it or something. I'll keep cranking, see how it goes in it. Everything's been lubed up. So here we go, it's just come up. Took a little bit of time, but I'll just show you on this gauge. I told you this is a bloody good engine. It goes up to about 45, 50 on the starter motor. Not too bad, eh? So anyway, now I've got oil pressure up there. I'll chuck the plugs in it. So I've got some more bits going on. I've just put the dashboard panel in and the ignition switch, oil pressure gauge, you saw that before, and then just doing the battery tray. I've just got to, for the bolts, I've primed them and I'll brush paint them once they're in, but because they'll get all chipped up anyway. I'll put a little bit of that on there, bit of copper slip. Try and get these little fellas in there, a bit of a prick, don't you know. That's in. T'other one. Come on, son of a bitch. Right, got both the bastards, so I'll just wrap those two up. And just fit here. Well, it's lovely, isn't it? And these bastards over here. Let's do a little spanner. Come on this side, at least I should do an electric spanner. I think it'd be much quicker. Right, that's them in. Am I missing something on the front? Don't think I am. Looks a bit pissed, that's all. Right, it's the battery tray in. And on the battery tray there's other bits that go on. Other bits and bobs. They're a bit loose, aren't they? Quite tight. So the next thing will be the filter, air filter. And then I'll chuck that on. So I'll find the filter. Which is right here. Lovely, isn't it? Very pretty. I might give these bolts a little bit of love as well. Depending on who buys it, it might live outside, mightn't it? That'd be no bloody good. Be a mug to leave it outside though. Oh, I could get the wrap cut on these. Always wonder that one start it. Fuck up. Gotcha. Son of a bitch. Right. Filter one. Another bit. Diddled and done. So I'm just going to chuck on this exhaust and inlet manifold. Just giving it a bit of a wire brush up, nothing too serious, but just it's just going to go rusty anyway. Don't you know? It should just go on there right there. Is it like that? I've cleaned all the nuts up and all the studs, so hopefully it should just go on nice and nice, like that. Now I'm going to go and find some washers because I've only got one and I think I might need some more. That's got it. It's lovely. Perfect. On burger nearly. So I found all the washers. I've got my nuts now. So I'm going to chuck these all fucking on. Still got to make up this little plate before I forget on the back of this cylinder here where the waterways are. So I might do that in a minute and all another day. I want to get some big bits on so it looks like I've done some shit, eh? I've also got to make up a new breather pipe for the inlet manifold because the one that was on it was all squished and buggered, so I've got a bit of 3/8 copper. I've bent it already. I've just got to cut it to size once I've got this on and make that fit and all. And that is the last one. It's a real prick. Told you, prick. So this is the old oil breather. It's for about a light. It's getting dark and I ain't got my other light over here. So it's what you call fucked, poked, whatever. But it's not well at all, is it? Look. So it probably wasn't doing much breathing. And it looks like it's been brazed in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this off, and I've got a bit of copper aircon pipe which is the same size, and I shall remake it, polish it up, make it all pretty, and I shall silver solder that back in there. But to get that out I'm not going to fart around trying to heat it up and stuff. I'm just going to cut the bastard off, don't you know, and then just drill it out again. Oh, maybe I'll tighten it up first. Cut that off, and then I'll do the same with this end as well, because that's just a, looks like it's just a flare on there. So I shall cut that off and re-flare that. Yeah, it's just a flare, so I'll cut that little bugger off, pull that off. Not got many teeth on that blade, is it? And pull that off, and there's both our ends, and that should fit on there, which it does. So I'll leave that on there. Now I'm going to drill this little bugger out with a equivalent size, which is probably about 10mm. So that's now drilled out to 10mm, which should just slip over there like that. There you go. Perfect. Now what I shall do is I will make this up now, get it to fit over there, then bring it back, and I shall cut this to length and silver solder that on. In it. I'm just going to silver solder this little bugger on. Sorry, you can't see, hang on. Right, that's got that all the way around. I'll just let it cool down a little bit and I'll clean it up. I'm going to get a wet rag actually. So there you go, there's that breather fitted now. Looking rather lovely. And it'll breathe because it's not all flat. So there's a job done. I could put some petrol in it, see if it'll fire, but timing's probably well out and I don't know if I've got any petrol. And there's another day tomorrow, it's getting late, so I suppose I should go indoors, do something in there, innit? But we're getting there. It won't be long. And hopefully we get a tune out of it, innit? Well, I've still got loads of bits missing off this, but and I have just had it running. But I'm just going to show you. It's a bit of a palaver because I've not set anything up yet, the timing's out and all sorts. But it does do this. Especially if you turn the ignition on, it does this. Like that, but it's no petrol in it, only a little tiny bit. There you go, it does work and it doesn't seem to smoke, which is marvellous, isn't it, and shit? So you may have missed a little bit, but this was already sandblasted and what have you, so I've just given that a coat of primer. There's our new water pump on the old base though, instead of coat of primer. And I've stripped this tank this morning, that was a boring bit, so you probably wouldn't want to see that anyway, which was a lot of bloody sanding and noise and what have you. So that's back to bare metal and now primed, and that in a couple of hours will probably be ready for a coat of splodge as well, and then we'll be able to get it on the tractor. I've got some new bits as well. So other new bits, obviously the water pump's brand new. It works out cheaper to buy the nose part than it does to buy bearings and seals, so it's like, that's a no-brainer. Also, don't you know, we've got a brand new one of these, which is our fuel bowl with a new tap and everything. Not as nice as the original because it had a little brass tap on it, but that's all I can find. I've got a nice new weather strip for the bonnet, or the bonnet shut strip with the rivets. And what else did we get? What else? I think that was it pretty much. Oh, new hoses obviously. We've got new hoses and pipe clips to go on. Let's just uncover this little bad boy. Yes. I've got to make some washers for the this breather that goes up to the air filter box, because it in the gaskets it doesn't come with one. It comes with the two for this, which is weird, but nothing for there. So I might make some in a minute out of this old copper water cylinder. So I'll just chop a bit of that out, drill a hole in it, and then snip it round, and that'll do, won't it? That's nice and soft. Anyway, I'm going to let this dry. Hopefully it's not going to rain. Looks a bit wanky out there, but it's alright at the minute. And then we can get some top coat on this and shit. So I've cut myself a little bit of copper out of that old hot water cylinder over there. And this is the banjo bolt thingo. And I need a washer 15.7 something. So I'll drill a hole in it, get it as close as I can, file it out, and then just snip it around with me tin snips, innit? I'll get a couple out of there. Then that breather, which is just here, that can go back on the side of the engine to the air filter while I'm waiting for me primer to go off properly, innit? So I shall go and find a drill bit now from somewhere, innit? So I've got me a couple of 13mm holes through there. I've just got to take it out a bit, haven't I? So stop leaking out, you prick. Yeah, I'll probably just file them out, I think, and then they'll be lovely. but I'll just clean it up a bit with a sander. Get the burrs off. So we've got pretty close with the drill bit. Just got to give them a little bit of tickle with the file. Do. Will do. Let's give them another clean up, but there's two potential washers. Potentially. Now I'm just going to snip these roughly around. They've got to be perfect because they're just squish washers, aren't they? Pretty close, isn't it? It's nearly round. I suppose it's not the first time this has been done with one of these old tractors, and it probably won't be the last, isn't it? There you go, that's pretty round. I could get a file and just give it a little tickle, but I don't know. Is it worth it? You ain't going to see it. I suppose it is worth it. Next guy takes it off and go, what wanker did this? Otherwise, wouldn't they? That will fucking Scooby-Doo. There we go. There are two new washers. I'll go and chuck that on. So there it is, more grey bits. A nice good coat of grey or two. Pretty impressed how this fuel tank's come out, to be fair. Looks like brand new. Not very good light out here, it's a bit shaded, but yeah, that's very nice indeed. One thing I must do before I forget is this bloody thing, so I shall quickly make that. I think I've got a bit of thick metal over there. I'll scribe that out and make a new one, get it painted and chuck that on as well, because I will forget. Got a nice bit of donor steel here, what I got from a make down the road. Used to be part of a building apparently, now it's going to be part of a tractor. So I'll just draw a shape on there, and I'll get the disc cutter. Ooh. So that's what I want, a shape like that, in it. So I'm just going to get my grinder with a disc in it, a cutting disc. Where's that? There's one up there, is there? Could use that noisy one. I think I'll use my noisy one. That'll be chuffing off, won't it? So I might just take this over to the linisher and give it a tidy up, then pop the holes in it. So I'm just going to stick on this water pump. Got a little bit of splodge. Oh, well, it's going off, isn't it? That's lovely. Someone's upsetting my dog. Better go and see who that is, isn't it? Just small children. That's enough of that. Right, now hopefully this should just slide in. I hope. I'll go and get my rattle gun and I'll rattle them bastards up. So that's the twatter pump on and tightened up. Get rid of this masking tape. Right, I think that the axle's gone off enough to just handle gently with a forklift. I can bring it in and probably just put it into place and maybe get that on. Let's see if I can find the bolts for that. Sorry, I forgot to press record, didn't I? But it's in line. There you go. Front axle's on. I've just got to do those 2 smaller bolts at the bottom, tighten those buggers up, and then just go around and see if I've missed anything with a spray and touch it up with the brush, and then I can put the control arms on and some other bits and some more bobs. Marvellous. So here's our little arms going on. See if I can get a better picture for you. Yes. I've just cleaned the bolts up. I'm just going to whack a little bit of copper slip down inside these tubes. Yeah. To stop them sticking and rusting. They were a real prick to get out, I think. I remember. I'll go and find the other bit, which I think you do here. There we go. 2 extra things. Over that side and this side. Come back, you little bastard, with the other side. Also, I'm going to whack some copper grease in here because it rotates on it, doesn't it? There's no grease in it or anything, so you almost dog in here. Like that. And there goes the other bit. A little bit of a larrapin in there as well. Not wrap that bastard on. I've got all new rubbers for the track control arms, what do you call them? Swivels, so I can use them as well, which is cool. Let's put an extension on there, might be a bit easier. Where's my extensioner? That's all right, isn't it? A little bit of touching up to do here and there, but that's okay and all. Find a big socket for that bastard. And I'll stick the other side on. Well, it's starting to look a little bit more tractory now. I'm going to have to clamp those track control hinges to get them to grip because it's just spinning, but I'll just leave them loose for the minute. And I'll get this driver's side done. Driver's in the middle. The right hand side done from the other side. And then I might bring the other tractor back in and pull the front wheels off. I've got to clean those bastards and give them a paint because they've got good tyres and good rims, whereas these old rims are rotten on this one, so, and the tyres are fucked, so we'll use what I've got. But we're getting there. It's very, very good indeed so far. A few bits of touch up to do here there, but nothing too serious, isn't it? So I'm just making this fuel line. I've got a few beams in it here, there and everywhere. It doesn't go on here, I'm just going to nick this olive up so as it stays on the pipe. Like that. That's better, and I won't lose that little fella. All I've got to do now is finish off the other side there, getting that round. And I've got my plate, I've just put my plate on as well. So I've got it in, I've just got to get a ratchet spanner or a ratchet in the socket and just do these bolts up, which I should do now as well. Just bring that round there like that, just in the back there. Just in there. I'm fine. I might set it socket. So I can get that in the back here. Pretty easy if I take the fuel tank off, won't it? I could do that, shouldn't it? Not bolt it down. Well, let's do this. Hopefully it won't leak, innit? It's got to be better than the one that was on it because that was rusty as fuck. That's that. Now I'm going to play with the fuel pipe again. So the story so far, fuel line's done. Goes up to a nice new shiny filter and bowl just there. What else have I done? Obviously all that's on. Fuel tank's nearly mounted. This thermostat housing was a bit buggered and it looks like it's a bit squiffy, so I'm going to have to do a bit of adapting to make that fit. But you know, on this one I don't really mind as long as it's, you know, working and what have you. But yeah, it's a bit wiggly wobbly, but we'll sort that out. Bolt the tank down. Got a charge light there. Got to take the alternator off the other one. I forgot to get a fan belt when I was in town, never mind. But everything else is looking pretty good, pretty happy. Maybe tomorrow I might take the wheels off the other one and give them a bit of a birthday, and then they can go on here. And it can go back down on its wheels at least. Then it's cosmetics of the mud guards, the 3-point linkage. I've got to sort that out as well, and this bonnet, do a bit of surgery on that, make a good one out of these two. Other than that, we're nearly there. It's very good. Oh, and I've got to make a new U-bolt for this as well, for the throttle, because that is over here and it snapped off when I was taking it off because it was all rotten. So I've got to make a new one of those, but I'll probably do that tomorrow as well. Innit? I've started doing a bit of work on the seat, so I've removed some old crap. There was a plate on here, like bird shitted on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that circle bit there. Then I'm going to graft in a new piece of steel, which is one there. I've just marked out the holes and the square for the middle, and I shall cut those out and then dig that in there so as it's perfect, and then grind it off so you can't see it. Then there's another plate the same which will go underneath to give it a bit more strength. I think that's what they had originally. Another plate under there, but she's a bit dog shit other than that, but once I cut all that rubbish out she'll be lovely. Paint that seat and get that on the tractor and all. So I got the dashboard on the other day because I was impatient, and the seat spring, and I've done the oil seals, and that's the top of the old leather ones cut off and bonded on, so it looks original. Just got to touch up the paint like that. One thing I did notice that someone's cut these off before, so I don't know why they were cut off. Well, I do know why they were cut off, to get the seals over, so otherwise they wouldn't come off, but someone's done it before, so no foul in it. There you go. Right, so there's my bit of plate, and I've marked up on there already my holes, so I'm going to whiz them through. Try not to spin it round, don't I? Just to be up the ton of weight, don't I? I just hate it when they move, bastards. I'll just adjust it. So now I've just got to make the other one the same as that. Then I've got to file out the hole in the middle, about 17mm square-ish, something like that. Well, 11/16 in imperial, because this is imperial, isn't it? This other one. Marvellous. Now I've got two the same, innit? So there's our first one with a square hole in it now, and a bolt, square bolt, original one, pops in there like that, innit? So here's our seat base, which is a bit wanky, and this is one of the discs I've made, but I might just make this a little bit smaller because it's bang on the right size for this, but I want to go just inside where it's dimpled there, it kind of dips in. So I'm going to just mark this up and then just trim a little bit off the edge, and then I'll cut out the centre of this seat and I shall stitch that in after I've cut the square in it, obviously, and whatever. But first of all, I'm going to make it smaller a little bit. So I'll take about a couple of mil off of the diameter of it, and then we'll stitch it into there and shit. So I've just trimmed that one down with me bench shear a little bit, and I've done the hole in the middle, so there the bolt fits in there, look. Lovely. Now all I've got to do is just clean this up a little bit on the linisher, make it a bit more rounder, and then I can mark that on there, cut that out with a plasma cutter, and then pop this in, and it'll be lovely. So that is now nearly round and all shiny and shit, like that. Now I've got a mark on there where the holes are on the original seat to get all this in the right place so it looks original, and then scribe round it, get the plasma cutter, whiz out the hole, clean it up, and then just tack this in next, innit? Probably quite hard to see, but there's now my line I'm going to cut out. So now I'm going to fire up the noisy plasma cutter and compressor and whiz that out. Right, let's give this a crack. Right, that's all the way through. Get this out of the way. Hello. Hurry. Now just got to clean them up. So I reckon the best way to clean that hole up is with a nice new square grinding disc. And I might be able to just get it down inside like that and just gently go around. I'll give that a little crack. Except for these buggers, not so noisy. Look at that. that's good enough. We get that in there now. Like that. That goes in now, so all I've got to do is go around and pack that in and keep grinding it off so it looks nice and tidy. Then we'll be in a good place, won't it? And shit. So I've just whacked it in the hole. It's sitting there quite nicely. There's a few gaps here and there, but that's alright. We can fill that in and then grind it off. And then they'll have a nice posh seat. I was going and glue this in. Right, so I've got that welded in. The way I did it was just keep tacking like opposite and going round and round and round to try not to distort it too much. Not that it's going to really matter, but yeah. Now I'm just going to grind all that off, both sides, and then I shall make the other plate so it spot welds on. I'll probably prime this first a little bit, and then yeah, spot weld the other side on to sandwich it, and that'll give it a bit more strength. And hopefully it should last a bit longer than the original did, innit? A little bit more welding them holes, grind that off, a couple more on the back there, and then we'll be halfway there. Right, so now I'm just going to whack some holes through it so I can spot weld through. Going on with this chuck. Safety chuck that is, so the drill can't get down, or just a shit chuck. Random. Right, so there's my holes for my spot welds. They're not exact, but then spot welds aren't, are they? So it's original, don't you know? Now I'm going to go and clean it up, clamp it in place, and I'll spot weld it on. So both them bits are primed on the inside now. All I've got to do is poke them together, put a bolt through, and then spot weld it. In it. There's a spider on my camera. Cameraman spider. Very nice. Right, let's see if I can get this on straight. Maybe. Bird's nest. being summoned. Right then, here you go. There it is. Let me see if I can zoomulate in. There you go. Nice spot welds all the way around, all nice and even, Stephen. Good penetration through the other side and all that. See that? Very nice. So now I can just give that a final sand up, and that can be primed and painted and then go back on the tractor, can't it? But that saved about $100 or something for a new seat, or maybe more. I'm not sure how much these were. But it's like brand new and stronger. So there. In it. Here you go. Here's the seating primer. Let's go out a bit. That's better. Seats in primer, the bolt, the front steering-y thingy bits, radiator, the air filter all cleaned and primed, other fronty bit, and the radiator cowl. So more bits all ready to be painted, which I've got mixed up just there, and I'm just going to chuck the paint on now, and that'll be some more bits done, and then tomorrow the seat can go on probably, or the day after, or whenever. I've covered everything up because it was getting a bit of overspray, especially Nellie's engine. She won't be happy about that, will she now? There we have it, some more shite and briny bits. There's a seat, little bolt, nice shite and briny radiator, not brand new. Lovely jubbly, innit? I shall leave them hanging up overnight. I'll have to bring the forklift right in though and lift them up in the air, I think, to dry off a bit. Don't you know what? But that is it for this, I think, for today. And then next will be chucking them bits on, or some of them anyway. Seat at least. Right, this is the throttle linkage. That snapped off, so we snapped off one of the threads off of there. Let's see, that's a bit blurry, isn't it? That's better. What I'm going to do is I've got a metric bolt, so one nut will be metric and one will be UNF, but that doesn't really matter. So I'm going to cut the thread off of there. I'm going to cut this down a little bit here and then TIG weld that on there and then make them the same, and then that goes into this bit here which goes on a shaft like that. So I'll quickly make that up right now, don't you know, isn't it? We'll chop that off a bit shorter. Chop this bolt. Right, that's that. Then that'll go together like that. I'll go and TIG weld that together and then grind it all up. Also, just while I'm here, I accidentally bought myself a new compressor, because I've had all sorts of old compressors. I've got this little one down here which I normally use, which is so noisy, it's not funny. Then I had my dirty great big one outside, which was 100 CFM, which I never used because it was too big. So I bit the bullet in the end after buying and selling a few compressors that were no good. I bought a 20 CFM screw compressor with a dryer, all singing, all dancing, soft start, very posh indeed, and you can hardly hear it. In fact, it could be on now and you wouldn't hear it, but it's not. So now I can use my nice compressor with nice dry air, which is proper, isn't it? So I've just started up my new compressor and it's running. Don't know if you can hear that, but that's it going. It's very, very quiet. So now I'm grinding this little bad boy up. Hold that manually. I might have to drill these holes out, get it to go in there, but that should be alright. Just clean out them holes because they've got paint in them. Sounds like my highly intelligent new compressor has just gone into sit there ticking over mode because it's up to, I think it's up to 135 psi or something, which is a lot. I do believe that do. So there we go, that fits. I'll just trim off this bolt, the long one, to the same size as the other one. Like that. Now I can put that on and then chuck a little bit of paint on it, don't you know, in it. So that's a little bit fitted and sort of centred, the throttle right off. So I can now nip that little filler up a little bit. Like a little bit only attached to there. And the spring on that, the finger. Going to check that linkage on the other one, make sure it's the same in it. Well, so I've got all that adjusted now. So we've got full throttle and no throttle, because before it was just full throttle and we don't really want that. So that's better on. And all the adjustments done on these little bits here. There's a rev limiter sort of thing on the front there, which is bob weights in the timing, on the timing belt, on the timing chain, sorry. On the gears, it's got these little weights that fly out and push this out, which shuts the throttle off, which is very, very high tech, isn't it? But that's all the throttle linkage done now. I've just got a spring to put on. I've just got to paint it. It's over there on hook. I'll get a bit of paint and just stick that on, and that can go on. Then I'm going to whip the alternator off the other one over there and give it a clean, and I might just give it a paint just to make it look a little bit more period correct in black. Then I can wire the alternator up. I've got my new battery that fits in the cradle nice and nice, and a new set of battery leads. Just got to fit the positive one. What else have we got? That's pretty much it. Our radiator, I've got to take the radiator off, it's got a couple of leaks, so I'm going to solder those up. brand new radiators, about 800 bucks, and I can't afford to spend that. So I'll just repair the leaks in this one. I don't think it's going to be used in anger, this machine. It'll just be, you know, for posing round in, so she should be good. Should cool all right. Other than that, on the way, innit? The NAS. I haven't got the water pump turning yet, or the alternator, whatever on there. I've got to clean the one up off of the other tractor. If I just show you this. So, I've got this temporarily wired up. 45 pounds of oil pressure on stick over like that. Obviously needs a bit of a tune up, but that's done, isn't it? Quite sweet. I won't run it too long because the water pump works. There you go. The next thing is tomorrow, because it's Easter and nothing's open because of Jesus. I'll get some degrease the alternator off the other one and give it a good birthday, and then I can put that on, and then I can actually run it for a while, get it hot, and make sure that the thermostat opens and all that malarkey, and yeah, would be good, isn't it? So I keep soldering up little holes in this radiator. I've done about 4 or 5, but then I leave it and all of a sudden another one springs. So what I'm going to do is do the good thing, decent thing, and I shall take this radiator off of here and the cowl, and I shall take the radiator off the other tractor, which is a good radiator, and use that one, give it a paint and a clean, and when I come to do the other tractor, I'll just have to put a brand new red in it, but I won't mind so much because I'll be keeping that one. I don't want to give someone a wanker, do I? So I will change this radiator out. It's going to let it wee. It's just doing a wee at the minute into the funnel, so I'll let it have a wee, and then I should take it off again. And it'll probably make it easier to get the alternator on as well. So while it is off tomorrow, I'll clean the alternator as well, paint that up, and I'll get that bolted on and wired up. And then we should be able to get a bit more of a tune out of it for a little bit longer and get it hot and see what it's like. But it seems to run alright, just needs a bit of a tickle up on the car, timing needs to be sorted out properly. I've got it sort of, you know, close-ish, but yeah, we'll just have to see in it. So I've got a couple more bits prepped and primed. That's an original toolbox off of the other tractor. And that's the modified bracket that someone's already done. I'm not going to muck around with it, I'm just going to chuck it on. And the alternator is just here. I've given it a little bit of a spruce up, painted it black just because it looks a bit more like a dynamo, but it's not, isn't it? There we go. So while I'm waiting for the bits that I've just painted to dry, I thought we'd do the wheel nuts. So we'll just give them a sandblast. They'll come up lovely and posh like that, but they just look like they've been sandblasted. So what I'm going to do is I've got one of the compressors I bought, which was the vane one, when I changed the oil. I've kept the oil because it's nice and black and it smells nice. And I remember at school we used to use whale oil, but you know, no whales around here to shoot to get the oil out. So, well, it probably is, but it's illegal. So what I'm doing is I'm going to heat these up till they go, you know, sort of black, and then dump them in this oil, and then they'll look like, that's what the handle, then they'll look like that, which I reckon they would have been originally sort of that, you know, because it's been impregnated with oil and they won't go rusty. So I should go and find a decent bit of welding rod to hold these. I might as well just use one of these, eh? What should I use? I'll go and find a bit because the bit I was using is too thin. Right, got a bit of wire. Stick it on there like that. Or just heat the bastard up. That's got a nice blue colour. I'm going to chuck it in there. Only 9 to go, and then I've got the 4 on the tractor at the moment that I've got to come off and be sandblasted. Plus I put these on, otherwise the wheels will bloody fall off, won't they? Anyway, I'll carry on with this and I'll come back and show them the finished results once I've dried them all off. There you go, there's a before and after. That's before. And then sandblast. And then treated with oil. Very nice. So as I say, I've got the ones on the tractor to do, so I'm going to chuck these on and then I can take the other 4 off and do them, innit? So I've got the alternator on and now it's, everything's turning. I haven't wired it up yet, but at least it's on. And we've got water in the radiator, getting nice and hot. Still needs a bloody good tune up. No chuffing from the dipstick, which is good, like the other one was. Good news, isn't it? And then some wheel nuts. Look at that. Got the last 2 to go on this side. I'll just leave that ticking over for a little while. Just get it nice and hot. So today's plan is pull this radiator off that's leaking like a sieve. Get the radiator off the other one and clean it up and give it a coat of paint. And then also while I'm here is sort the timing out. So my brother gave me a bit of an idea yesterday. Use a DTI gauge, take the plug out, find top dead centre, get it so it's rocking, and I can put a mark, like a white mark on the pulley and something on the case somewhere so I can get the timing right. And then I should be able to get the timing spot on, and hopefully it'll run a bit smoother, because at the moment it's popping and banging a bit because the timing's out a lot. So I should do that. But I'm going to pull this radiator off, innit? Right, I've got the plug out, and then I've just got an old spark plug, because my DTI gauge ain't got a long doofer hoofer on it. I'm going to try and make myself a gadget, so I've got an old spark plug. I've just cut around the, well, it's kind of sways together and pop that bit out. I'm going to try and make a sleeve for that, so I can put a rod through there and have my DTI gauge set up on the rod, and I can see where it's got to go in it and shit, don't you know? So that's what I've ended up with, is the bottom of the spark plug, a little sleeve that goes in there like that. Then I sacrificed the paint roller because I hate painting, and that's going to slip in there, and hopefully I'll pop all that in the hole. I should be able to rig the gauge up. And find TDC. Try and lock it up that minute. Let's try and lock it up. Maybe I don't need the DTI gauge, maybe I'll just do it like this. I might be able to just... Still coming up, still coming up, still coming up. I think that's it right there. Might even be just a back little touch. I believe that's TDC. I think that's going to have to be good enough, don't you know? So, now I can chuck a mark on that front pulley somewhere, innit? So I've got that radiator off the other one all nice and clean, and I'll just give it a coat of etch primer. It's much better condition, this one. It's got a little dent in it there, but it doesn't leak. I don't want to touch it because it will probably break it, but yeah. It's a much better radiator. And then I've also got my mark on here, my timing mark, down through there. You can just about see it in there. So I can do the timing as well once I've got the radiator back on. I don't really want to run it without any water in it. But there you go, innit? So here's our nice shiny radiator now, the one that's going to go on it. Just got to let it dry properly before I chuck it on, innit? So hopefully, yeah, next week that paint will have gone off nice and hard, and then we can put it back on here. And I bought a new alternator, so that alternator, light goes out but it doesn't charge. It's not showing any voltage, so I bought another one off of Trade Me, so I'm going to have to modify that to fit. And this pulley's been welded on, someone's done a lovely job of that, so I shall have to stick it in a lathe and machine that off to get the pulley, and then make that pulley fit on the new alternator when it comes. Hopefully it'll fit in there, same as that one. More jobs, innit? So these are the front wheels I'm using. That's the front wheels that were on the other tractor, but they are rotten, the rims are rotten, so I've just chucked them on this one and I'll deal with them another day. But these are nice solid rims, good tyres. They're just all green and slimy, so I'm going to give them a water blast and probably a sand blast. And the other one's around here somewhere. Also, I'm going to pull these little running boards off this one. One of them is mint, so I'll just chuck that in the sandblaster and that can be painted, but the other one has been farmerised, so someone's had a bit of a go at that one. So what I'll do is I'll cut that bad piece off, because the rest of it's good, and make a new piece for that. And then that one can be sandblasted and painted as well and go on the other tractor. Now here's our wheels after I've water sandblasted them. Still a couple of bits of paint to get off, but pretty much done. Better than painting over the old crap that was on there. I think they've been painted a few times before and not very well. Anyway, I'll get the rest of that paint off with a rotary wire brush, isn't it? Right, so both them rims are now depainted and wire brushed it. All I've got to do now is give them a blow off and then I'll mask them up. I'm not going to take the tyres off, but yeah, I'll mask those up, and I'm going to take the footballs off the tractor and give them a go now. So here's our first one in the cabinet. The only thing I've found with this cabinet so far is brilliant, but all these big lumps of paint get sucked down into the bottom and then they clog up the hole. So what I've got to do at some stage is make up a filter for it, like another gauze to go around there to keep all of the bigger stuff up, so as the sand can drop through and then it won't clog up anymore. But that's the only bad thing. And I've put a new light in it because the light that came was absolute dog shit. I've got it all plumbed into the extractor, so it's dust free as well, pretty much. So once we've got it all going, it's pretty good. I don't know if you'll be able to see when I'm doing this, but I'll try and clean it as much as I can, make it see-through. I think I might change the sand. Got a nice new bag in. Well, I've got a new bag of stuff in there now, so that's any better. There you go, there's that one all sandblasted up. It's pretty good condition. That'll just be painted, I'll just take that off, paint the two bits separately. But the other one is not so nice, I've got to remake it, so there's one done. So that's my two bits, all clean and tidy. I haven't sandblasted the front part of that because I'm going to cut it off because it's buggered. So I'll cut that off in a minute. Then I shall take the brackets off, clean all them up a little bit underneath, and then I'll remake the front of that one the same with the other one, use the other one as a pattern. Right, so I'm just going to cut this off straight down there initially, get rid of that horrible bit, and I think it's welded on the inside a little bit, a bit of bird shit welding in there, and then I'll cut that off and I'll remake that bit. Let's get rid of this old crap first. So that's the dodgy old bit that had been farmerised. You see the beautiful welding on the back of there. Lovely, isn't it? I suppose it did the job. Now I've just got to get rid of that crap. We might get to put another disc on here, aren't I? Right, so that's all the crap cut off of that one. Got a nice clean edge to start from there. Just got to make another one of those. So I'll get some measurements, and I've got a bit of donor steel used for the fuel tank, which is the same size, like 3mm plate. So I shall slice that off, and hopefully we can get something made out of that, innit? So there's the bit of metal, and that is 150 wide. I'm going to whiz that off with the disc cutter. Before that, you've got to stay hydrated, you know, so I can highly recommend a cup of tea and shit. Very nice. I used to drink them the tea with the monkeys on it, but it started to taste like old ashtray bits and bobs, so I changed to another one. This is much better. Don't you know? What? So I'll chuck this twice. Like that, and I'll cut that off. Where's my goggles? And the thingos. And that thingo. much do I want before I cut it? Where's my measuring thing? 20, 150. About 180. Let's cut straight down there. Using my iometer. So that bit there is going to become that bit there, but different and better, hopefully. So I'll make some marks and I'll suss it out. I'm going to bend this because it's got to be a nice loop. I'll find something to bend it round. But that shouldn't be too hard, I should imagine. Let's have a look. That was like that. That's our bottom bend. And I can bend it from there. That would be perfect. That's the start of our bend, right there. So that's where the start of my bend's going to be, and I'll get a bit of bar. I'll probably heat this up and try and roll it around in a vise. But I might deburr it first because it's a bit shallow, isn't it? And have some more tea. So I found a nice bit of metal, the same diameter as the foot peg. And I'm just going to pull this down and round it a bit to the start of the bend. It's already marked on the other side there. Hopefully that's about the same as the other one. No matter if it's a little bit out, I should imagine, but here we're pretty much there. So I'll carry that bend on round. Top like that. Pretty good, doesn't it? Like you can see from there. Anyway, what I should do is, how can I get this next bit in there like that? I'll be able to pinch it over using the power of the vise. Possibility. Good. I do believe we're nearly there. I just have to get that a little bit more of a donkerate, and I've got to cut this off. I've got to cut this off a little bit shorter across here, so I'll mark that and cut it off and make that nice. But other than that, we are very nearly there with that. Could do metal there, like that. squeeze that little fella up like that, that should. That's. Just wants to go just a fraction more and then it's good. Squeeze with that there. That, as I say, is nearly there. I'm just going to mark that and cut that off. To be about 30 mil at the bottom of there. 30. I'll just whiz that off. Well, I'm quickly going to take the paint off that in the sandblaster, and then I shall weld it on, probably. Like that. And that's how it will be. Dead new. Let's quickly give this a sandblast. So here we go. There's our new bit, and that is going to be nicely welded onto there, and there'll be another nice original but not foot plate. All I've got to do now is take off the brackets off the end, and we'll be good to go, isn't it? So I'll get that welded on. So then bits are hung up ready to be primed. Now I'm just going to get onto the wheels and I'm going to mask them up. Just got to find my masking tape first and suss out the best way to do it, but yeah, the better they're masked the better it will look. So I find my masking tape. Found my masking tape. So what I normally do if I'm doing a rim, well I normally take the tyre off, but for this instance try and tuck the masking tape down between the tyre, like that, and just do it in bits. Then I can get some paper and go over after. Now they said got odd tyres on it, unfortunately this is a, what's this one? This is a Dunlop, and the other one's a Bridgestone I think, so they fit differently. Now this one's got a little bit of, you can see the bead, or the edge of it. The other one, you can't. So the tyre goes right up to it, so that'll be different again, but sure will be alright. Yeah. I'll continue doing this, and then once I've finished it, I'll go show you, won't I? Look at that, this tape's nice and bendy, so I can actually bend it round, which is nice. Or you could not mask it up like I've seen people do on YouTube and just go around after and take ages to try and get the overspray off, which is, I don't know. suppose it works for some people. I think that's a silly idea, so I'll do it this way. Yeah. Also let the tyres down, so I can straighten out the rim a little bit. It was a bit vented. It's been subject to a little bit of abuse, I believe, in its life sometime. No doubt whoever I sell this to, either look after it or probably just back into the seat, put their boat in, and I'll give a shit about it. But hopefully they look after it. Apparently they don't make these ones anymore. Olden day stuff, as my daughter calls it. She loves olden day stuff. She does. We did a Easter egg hunt for last weekend, and one of the clues that I did was I'm old, grey and knackered, I leak everywhere and smoke, and my daughter said, "Is that Grandad?" I had to chuckle. I actually meant the TEA20, the other one with the smoky engine, but I thought that was quite funny. Is that Grandad? He don't smoke though. He does leak everywhere, but smoke. Used to. No, not anymore. Anyway, I'm going to carry on masking this up and I'll come back when it's all fully masked. So there's one all masked up, ready to rock and roll. I shall get it down and chuck the other one up, do that. Right, them bits is all in primer now. So there's the running boards, and there's the front wheelie wheels. So hopefully tomorrow I can chuck some paint on those, and then over the weekend get them on the tractor. So parts are all dry and about ready for a coat of grey. So that's what I'm going to do now, paint the buggers. Believe it or not, that's already flashed off and it's quite cold in here, but it's already tacky, so I'm going to whack another coat on. Put the noisy machine back on. There you go. All shite and briny. So they've had 2 coats and that'll do. Looks good, good coverage. The old running boards, the brackets. I'm going to have to get some more of this paint though, because I don't feel I'm going to have enough to do the bonnet and the guards when I've repaired them, but that's my next mission. Once these other bits are put back on the tractor, I can get the tractor off its stands and move it about a little bit, get it out of the way, drive it even, and then I can muck around with the mud guards and them bits and get them on. Perfect. Just done master wheels and they're looking lovely. All that extra time doing the masking saved me a lot of mucking around doing the clean-ups. Now all I've got to do now is give them old tyres a go over, make them look all nice and shiny. Got loads of tread on them and they're well good enough for this tractor, I should imagine. There you go, innit? They say that impatience is a virtue, and I am full of impatience, so I've already put the wheels on, but I did put some copper slip behind them and stuff so they don't stick, and copper slip the nuts. They're not fully tight, but they're just on there, and it's now on the ground. I haven't put the running boards on yet either. They're still hanging up over there. I'm not that impatient, but it's close to me trying to do it. If I weren't going out, I probably would have them on by now. But there we go, it's all on its 4 wheels. As I say, our next mission, if you wish to accept it, is that pile of scrap there into something nice and shiny. So the mud guards have got a load of rust holes down behind the framework, so I'll cut all that off, repatch it up, prime them, then put them together, then paint them. And the bonnet has got all that lovely load of holes across there, so I'm going to have to do a bit of major surgery on that, but that's all good because we can do it, innit? The front needs a bit of a birthday as well. I've got 2 bonnets actually there. I've got one that's got a better bottom half on it, so I'll strip them both down and use the best off of each sort of thing and make one really nice bonnet. This bonnet here is aluminium because I think this tractor, which is that one, is quite a lot earlier than that one, and the reason they had aluminium bonnets apparently is because they were built just after the war and there was a shortage of steel, so some parts were made of aluminium. Probably a that could be a melted down Spitfire right there, I reckon. There you go, melted Spitfire right there. Better keep that. Bugger. Swiss cheese. Bonnet number 2. because this is off of the really old one, this could potentially be a bit of old Spitfire recycling. Who knows? smooth as a baby's bum. That is ready for primer. So this is the final little bit of the little massey Ferguson TEA20 build just to finish it. So the 3-point linkage on the back. These are the bits here, but the ball joints are sloppy as, so I've got a cunning plan, and it looks like someone's had a cunning plan on this one once before. We've tried to weld around the outside of it to tighten it up, but it's still loose as. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the slot in the top here, cut about, I don't know, 2 or 3 mil at a time, and then keep squeezing it together, then V it out, then I shall weld it all back together and grind it up so you don't know I've done it. I'll do that both ends. I'm also going to get rid of all this old rubbish here which has been put on, so I'm going to cut all that off and do a proper repair on this so as it looks original again. That's the plan anyway. In it. A wee bit bent that. I might put it on the floor and give it a smack up. See if we can straighten it out a bit. It might not go. As it happens, it did. It's pretty straight now. Now I've got to cut off all this crap. That's better there, I reckon. Bugger. I better go and get some more discs. Right, back to your business, got some discs. That's more like it. I'm not going to be able to see that one, might do. But kettle's just boiled, so cup of tea first. A little bit of gentle persuasion. And there we go. One piece of crap. I'll remove it there. That'll clean it up. I don't know why I had it on there, to be fair, that because it's never been broken. By the looks of things, it's never been welded up. So yeah, I'm not sure why that was on there, but now it's not. So I'll just clean all that up and then get on with the endy bits in it. Now we can start off with a nice clean part, which is nice. So that's all the crap removed now. Next thing is to see how much I'm going to grind out of there. So I'll change discs on the old grindy doodler. And we'll make our first incision. So I'm not going to take out too much at a time, but I'll start with, I don't know, 2-3 mil. Right, we've got a nice slot in here. So now I'm going to try and close that up. Pretty good, but I think I might take a little more of a slice. Just a touch. Maybe just a fraction more. Maybe a new battery. So I think that one now is about there. It's a little bit of play, but nothing serious. And it's not going to fall out. By the time I weld that, it'll probably shrink a little bit as well anyway. Tighten up, so I think I'm going to go with that for that end, and then flip it over and do to the end. This one's a lot worse. It's got about a 5 or 6 mil gap, so it'll take quite a chunk out of this bad boy, I reckon. Little bit of movement, that'll do, I reckon. So this next one, looking at it, it's actually not too bad. It's got a bit of play, but I think I can live with that. It's a little bit silly, muck around with that. It looks nice, and it's got about 2 or 3 mil play, same the other end, and it's not going to fall out. So I think I'll probably leave these ones and just clean it and paint it. Put new bolts in. It's got a wrong size bolt in there. Yeah, so yeah, that just needs a strip and paint. And then the top link, very kindly donated to me by a local guy from their old tractor they had years and years ago. I just got to sandblast that and then paint that, and then make a pin up to go on the top mount. But that's easy as. So now I shall go and weld up the other bit. So I'm just going to stick this bit together. See how it comes out. Still moves. Marvellous. Let's get rid of that clip.
Thank you, sir. Oh, you recorded?
Catch you later, Matatoes.
Oh.
Sure, see ya.
Can you close the door down?
Yeah, go on in. Right, now to the side. Right, I'll grind that up and see what it looks like. There you go, they still move, which is cool. They're not real tight, but I didn't really want them really tight. Now what I've got to do now is add the chains back on these, but I'll do that in a minute. I'll sort of pre-fit them, just see where this is going to go, because these are welded on, but I'm pretty sure it should have a hole for it, and the clamp of the U-bolt should go through it. So we'll have a look at that. But that one's done. I might just chuck it in the sandblaster again, just to get any other bits of rust off it. Then that's ready for paint, that one. So I'll stick it to one side. Just spotted that. So that is obviously how it's supposed to clamp the chain like that. So I will make one of those for the other side. So it looks the same. That makes more sense, doesn't it? But I'll just whip this off, hopefully. That's got a different bolt in it as well, which is a bit different from what I just bought. But this one I just bought some big buggers to go through there. But that one's tiny, sleeved, isn't it? So do I use that, or do I use the ones I just bought? Decisions. I think I used the big bolts I just bought, and I might make one of these and weld it to the side of here. That's what I'll do. So I've just tried this onto the tractor, and for want of a better word, it's that hole there. It's like a prick in a shirt sleeve. It's actually worn out. So I'm going to make a couple of sleeves to go on the tractor for there. So we've got a little bit of slop in there, but we're not worried about that now. So I shall make up a couple of sleeves to go on the bolts that this attaches to on a tractor. So I just grabbed a bit of crap I had laying around. It was off of my Rover, actually, my first supercharger, one of the mounts. So I just cut all that crap off. I'm just going to clean it up a little bit. Through one of these. Let's have a little look. Close. Very close indeed, in fact. Take a little tiny bit more off. Right, now I can spin that around. Hopefully, let me just try it again. That'll do. So that'll go on there now. So I'll spin that around so I've got the same size. Not running very true, but it doesn't matter. It'll be true in a minute. So it's going to mark it so I know what I've got to go back to. Actually, I reckon I'll just go along there. Right, and that's pretty good all the way along. It's not perfect, but it don't matter because it's only a tube. Now I've got to put, I think it's a 19mm hole for it, so I'll find some drills and I'll whack a hole through it, then I've just got to part it off, pretty much bang it straight in half. I might stick it out there, chuck a little bit more, get a bit more room on it. Like that there. That'll do. Now I should go and find a drill bit. Well, what do you know? I need a 19mm drill and I bought one for another job. So I can chuck that in. I might just have to put just got to nick the Morse taper off of this because this is a small Morse taper. So I'll whack that off, pop that in there and we'll be gold. Right, so I've just changed the speed of the lathe down, slowed it right down. It's the biggest drill bit. Give it a little bit of coolant, I reckon. We'll see if this is going to drill nice. Turn that off. Marvellous. Now I've just got to part it off, so I'll change tools. So I've just changed the speed back up again. It could get a bit messy. And that is that. And now we've got 2 bushings. I'll just clean them up on the linisher and then put a bit of copper grease in and then go straight on the tractor. Right, so now I've got all these bits ready and my little sleeves made and whatever. Next job is sandblast, finish off, then coat primer and a coat of top coat. So I've just chucked a couple of bits in the sandblast already, and then I'll chuck these in a minute because there's not much room. So I shall quickly blast them off now. So the last thing to do with these little bad boys now is, I'm sure it's free, it is free. Yeah, just weld on a couple of little tabs on here to take the chain, and then they can be painted, and then when they're dry they can go on the tractor and that thing is done. Apart from a tune-up, I've still got to tune it up. So got to sort out the fuel and air mixture because it's yeah, it's not spot on yet. It's a bit harder to start, but we'll sort that out and be done. So I've just cut a couple of little tabs with a hole in it. And I was going to weld this onto these lower link arms. And that's for the chains, so I should go over the welder. There's them bits attachfied. Shouldn't come off, I hope. Anyway, now these are all ready to paint, so I can hang these all up, prime them. Right, I'm just going to chuck a little bit of primer on these now. So we'll have the big fan on. So them bits are all painted now, or primed anyway. While that dries, I'll have a quick cup of tea, and they should be dry enough for a bit of top coat then. Right, so that's all now lovely and dry. I only go with a light coat of primer anyway, because it's just, you know, the backy bit. So now that's ready for a bit of paint, so I shall sling some paint on there, let that dry, and then they can go on the tractor. And I've just got to get some new chain and new bolts, and then, yeah, she's done. I've also given it a little bit of tune up, just a rough one. Seems to be running a bit nicer now, so good in the hood. Paint slinging time. piece of the puzzle. And once they're fitted, she's done burger. It's already up for sale, so you know, anyone interested. Impatience is a virtue, apparently, and I'm very impatient. They're just dry enough to get on, so they're going on. Washer. Yes, I do. That's the first bit done. Now, I've still got to make a pin for the top here. I'll do that in a minute. I think I can put the other bits on. So this side was the plain one. I did buy some nice new bolts, so we'll chuck them in. Tighten up in a second. It's going to hang out there for a minute. And then pull this pin out here. The net. Little fella. Goes up there like that. One. Just need a split pin for an end. I'll tighten that up. Next bit, this is the one with the little gearbox on it to adjust it, so very posh. You have to brace it all to the back like that. There's the second one, a wallop. Now let's get some split pins. So that's them all bolted up with the pins through. Just going to cut the chain on here so they can only spread a little way out to the tyres. And then make a pin, and that's it. That's all the bits on, all the pins made. Just the chains. So there it is with its linkage all on. Obviously once an implement's in there, that goes up like that. And I shall see if I can go and grab something outside, an old tray, I might put that on there. Just make sure it all goes up and down good. innit? See if it goes up and down. So, first tractor done burger. All I've got to do is sell it, make some money. The money will go towards the other tractor, which we're going to keep, because that's going to be for Nelly, to go along with a Lister 3 horsepower stationary engine. Every little girl's dream if you're nearly 11, having a tractor and an engine, surely. So, it's either going to be playing with this, or I have bought another tractor which is a barn find. It's been sitting in like a little shelter thing for a few years. It's stripped a little bit, but I'm going to be filming that from when I pick it up. So when I get it here, I'm going to see if we can just get it running by taking the rocker cover off, freeing the valves up because they're normally seized, give the carb clean, points, condenser, all that sort of stuff. See if we get a tune out of it, see if it will drive, which will be a result. And then that'll be another one to restore and flick off. So keep your eye out for my next mission. Just want to go around this little tractor again. That's a little tray, doesn't come with it, but just put it on there just to show that it goes up and down. I'll do that in a minute. I shall get it to, I'll start it up and raise and lower that. 12-volt alternator. New battery. New distributor cap. New coil. New hoses. That's pretty much it. I'll start it up.